Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to do something a little bit different this morning. I would ask you to be seated first. You know, we sometimes take for granted that we come in here and are able to do what we do without the realization of just how fortunate we are, not only to live in this country, but to live in the state of Mississippi. As we watch events unfold around the world in the Ukraine and Russia, we're extremely grateful for the privilege that we have to live in a country where we don't have fear of persecution like that. We can come in here and we can debate democracy, and we can have freedoms that are unmatched anywhere else in the world. And the reason we have those freedoms, first of all, is by the grace of God. God has blessed this country and He has blessed this state. We have to acknowledge that. One of the other reasons we have such freedoms is because of those who've served in the military, those who fight for freedom, those who go out and defend this country against tyranny and oppression, and those who would do harm, and our enemies who seek to do us harm. So as I reflected, I was made aware today is the day that we have set aside to honor our Vietnam veterans. The nation has set this day aside to honor our Vietnam veterans. But we're grateful for all our veterans. So if you are a veteran, if you have served in the United States military, would you please stand and let us recognize you? Thank you all for your service to our country. Thank you that you have served so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we have. But as I said, today is a day set aside to honor Vietnam veterans, and we have two of those in our chamber. At least I'm aware of only two, Dr. Mike Cuddleston and Manley Barton. I'm also aware that it was 51 years ago yesterday, correct, gentlemen? 52 years ago yesterday that Manley Barton was injured in Vietnam. He was near a mortar that exploded and put shrapnel in his body. He, I think, still carries a piece of that shrapnel in his body today. It's not in his head, which some of you may wonder. It's in his shoulder. But I just felt like it was appropriate before we pray and thank God for our country and thank God for our freedoms that we acknowledge these individuals, all these individuals, but particularly Manley and Mac, who served in Vietnam and helped us enjoy the freedom that we have today. So thank you, gentlemen, for your service. Thank you, Dr. Huddleston, for your service. Please remain standing as we pray. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from the lounge to introduce our guest minister. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Ladies and gentlemen of this distinguished body, please feel welcome the pastor for today from Columbus, Mississippi, of Friendship Missionary Baptist Church, Dr. Stanley McQuarrie.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. I'd like to just say hello to our governor, to the speaker, to all of you. I ask you now to join me in prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Our Lord, as we come to you at this time, we are thankful for your countless blessings, for last night's rest, this morning's rise, to assemble here at this place. O Lord our God, you have blessed us, you have kept us safe and sound. You have blessed this country. And Father, we pray now for the men and women here, for them and those they represent, that they will execute their duties, Heavenly Father, with the good of all, to know that as they represent, we all represent your Son, Jesus. We ask for the wisdom, dear Lord, to make the right decisions, which may not always be the popular decision, but to make the right decision, to be led by your Holy Spirit. We pray, Father, that when we disagree in love and understanding, not in malice or in hate. Let us execute this business today, and thank you for all who are here. And we pray that this country will be a light to the world of the joy of your Son, Jesus the Christ. We ask and we pray in his holy name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Let's get a picture before he leaves. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Crean.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. If you would, please help the seniors from Columbus on behalf of Representative McLean and Representative Lynn Wright in the North Gallery, the senior citizens from Simscott Park. Welcome to your capital. Please welcome, feel free, welcome.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction. I have the distinct opportunity to introduce our doctor today. He comes from the great city of Cleveland, Mississippi. He's the chair of the Medical Advisory Committee for Mississippi High School Activities Association. And he also is the head of the Family Medical Clinic there in Cleveland. So I ask at this time if you'll make welcome Mr. Dr. Brent Smith.
Lady from Lowndes, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have in the South Gallery some law students with the Government Law Student Association. Please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask the House help me welcome some very good friends of mine from over in my district, Mr. J.C. and Miss Gwen Nicholas and their daughter Wendy Poole in the South Gallery. Thank y'all for being here.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not an introduction, but to piggyback off what you were saying about the Vietnam veterans, at 11 o'clock, if everyone's available on the second floor, we're going to have Representative Manley Barton and several other Vietnam vets, and we're going to lay a wreath there in the rotunda. So everyone, please go down at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Lady from Lowndes, Mr. McLean, you have another one?
Well, I forgot to say what law school these students were from. Hotty toddy, they're from Ole Miss.
Okay, thank you. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request.
Okay.
I would like the House to wish my desk mate a very happy birthday, Representative Shonda Yates.
All right, I don't see any further introductions. At this time, I'm going to introduce our head page, Noah Carpenter, who will come forward and introduce our pages for the week, and I'm going to ask the pages to stand. There you go, and be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a small group of pages this week, but first up we have Michaela Allen from Jackson, Mackenzie Brown from Jackson, D'Angela Dixon from Clinton, Sophia Heffelinger from Madison, Chloe Nash from Jackson, Austin Ratliff from Jackson, Isaac Ratliff from Jackson, Christina Seymour from Madison, and Janice Thomas from Raymond. Please help me make them welcome.
All right, I'm informed we have a couple of special guests to be recognized today, so I'm going to ask you to give us your attention. And I want to recognize the gentleman from Capaya, Mr. Holloway. We're not doing that, okay? And then we'll move on to the next one. Lady from Hines, Miss Clark. They're not here either, huh? Okay. We will go to the calendar. We're going to go to the last page of the calendar, page 9 under the general calendar, item 1. I recognize the gentleman from Calhoun. Jim Alcorn, Mr. Bain, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to reconsider a vote on a bill yesterday to recommit. So it would be item 69, Senate Bill 2543. I need to reconsider the vote by which it passed for purposes of recommittal.
Motions to reconsider. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it. Motions to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Bill's been recommitted. All right, gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do go to that resolution, and I believe it has been called up. All right, and I think this is a very anticipated event. Thanks to our new boards, y'all be able to see them up there. Then there's a larger map in the back. They're in the process of handing each one of y'all printout for your districts. And so you'll have that information. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like for you to invite Parker in for Butler Snow.
We have requests that the drafting attorneys and those who drafted the plan be allowed on the floor to help the gentleman present answering questions. Any objection to that? Hearing none, we will do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you don't have your copy, you'll have it in just a minute before we get very far along in this process. I would just like to take just a moment before I get started just to thank each one of you for your cooperation and your input in this process. I know that it's not the most pleasant thing that's done, but it's something that is required to be done by the law every 10 years. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start going over our presentation. Just for general overview, start out with, statewide, our census results, our statewide population decreased by 6,018 people. I think most of us probably believe that we had an undercount in our state. I think there was probably an undercount in our country, but the reality is we have to use the census information that was provided. So according to that, we were down 6,018 people. That's a very insignificant amount. The 2020 population was 2,961,279 people versus 2010 was 2,967,297. So very, very minor decrease. There are 122 House districts, as y'all are very well aware of, and based on our 2020 population, the ideal size for a House district is 24,273 people. That's the base number that we start from. There were significant shifts in our population throughout the state. We've all seen the maps that depict that population shift. One of the more significant shifts has been a loss of approximately 65,000 people in the Delta area. South Mississippi had a loss of population, as did the Jackson-Hinds County area. DeSoto County, Rankin, Madison counties, and the coastal counties saw the most gains in population. There were some other counties that had large percentage increases, as large as these, but they started from a smaller base. Like Lafayette County, for example, went from 40-something thousand to 50-something thousand. I think they had the largest increase in the state percentage-wise, but not population-wise. The actual population, largest three areas were the coast, DeSoto County, and the Rankin-Madison suburban areas. With this overview in mind, we'll go back over the outline of how we arrived at this point. We had a series of public hearings and an initial work in preparation and getting to this day. In the fall of 2021, we held 9 public hearings all across the state to afford members of the public an opportunity to comment on redistricting. And these were held in various parts of the state, so as convenient as possible to all the members of our state. We received the population data from the census later than normal due to COVID. And so we didn't get the actual final information until mid-September 2021, although we had preliminary estimates in August that turned out to be probably identical to the final numbers. If not, they were extremely close. After reviewing the census data, our staff then began the process of creating a database to allow members of the committee to begin the reviewing of the data and the population changes statewide. This information is also publicly available on the committee's website. This information was shared at all of our public hearings as well. The final order of business for the standing committee was the development of a plan for the redrawing of our congressional districts. That plan was presented in early January, and the legislature adopted a final plan on January 12, and it was signed by the governor on January 25 of this year of 2022. The congressional plan had to be developed first due to the qualifying deadline of March 1st for the congressional elections this year. Once that was done, then we turned our attention completely to the legislative redrawing. And that began then and has continued on through the session. During these meetings, we had developed criteria that were to be used in the drawing of these plans. And so the standing committee adopted this criteria to follow in the redrawing of both the Senate and the House plans. And those criteria are as follows: to stay within a plus or 5% deviation from ideal district size, to comply with the one person, one vote requirements of the Constitution. And I think most of y'all understand that 5% means we can be 5% below that ideal number or 5% above that ideal number and still be considered one man, one vote, but we can't go lower than that or higher than that. All right, the other thing is our districts must be contiguous, and they must comply with all state and federal laws, including Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and Mississippi and the United States Constitutions. On the one vote, one man, one vote issue, the first thing we had to look at was one man, one person, one vote requirements. Excuse me for saying one man, one vote, but it's one person, one vote requirement set forth in the U.S. Constitution. That requirement it's not, you can't make an exception of that. you can't ignore that. You can't bend the rules. You can't say, I like my district just like it is. If it's too low or too high, you have to give those people up or you have to take more people. That is one thing that definitely the first thing we have to look at is the sizes of the districts. Number two is that when drawing the state house districts, the U.S. Supreme Court has held that district population should be as equal as practical. The court has interpreted this to mean that a state legislature has some leeway within drawing districts to comply with population requirements. We can draw districts with a plus or minus 5% deviation of the ideal district size as long as the overall deviation does not exceed 10%. Now, I want y'all to remember that when we did the congressional, the deviation, there could be no deviation. Those districts had to be identical in size they could be no more than one person off here or there. So they had to be exact, basically. That is not true for our legislative districts. We have a tolerance. Due to population, in our plan, the highest deviation over the ideal size is 4.94, and the lowest is 4.97 under. So we were forced to go to the extremes because of our population shifts and because of other factors involved in our districts. You know, it's due to the population changes referred to earlier, we had to collapse 2 districts to create them elsewhere in the state. The first is the Monroe County district in the eastern part of the state. That's District 20, which was moved as a new district to the DeSoto County area. Just as a reminder, DeSoto County gained, I believe, 22,000 people. So, and Harrison County gained about 22,000 people. So those were the 2 largest gainers. So 20 was moved to DeSoto County from Monroe County area to DeSoto County. And the second district that was collapsed and redrawn elsewhere is in northeastern Delta region, District 33, to allow that district's population to shore up extensive population loss throughout the Delta region. District 33 was then redrawn on the coast as a new district to accommodate to significant population growth in that area. As a result of these changes led to 2 separate sets of pairing of incumbents, that is Representative Kevin Horan and Representative Tommy Reynolds, and that district, and then the other collapse led to a pairing of Representative Chris Brown and Representative Ricky Thompson. So additionally, as we are discussing pairings, the House plan has a couple of additional pairings, one of which I know will be addressed in an amendment, and the other is the pairing of Representative Tom Miles and Representative Mark Tullis. Another factor besides one man, one vote is continuity, and all of our districts are contiguous, and so that's a pretty basic concept that I think most people in here understand. Then under Section 2, the Voting Rights Act, the third criteria included compliance with Section 2. So under our benchmark plan, there were 42 majority minority districts. Under our plan, there remain 42 majority minority districts. We were able to still maintain sufficient minority voting strength to ensure the compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and all the majority minority districts, the minority voting strength is sufficient to afford minority citizens an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice for the State House. In addition to those, we comply with state law, and state law calls for us to try and draw compact districts and to cross county lines and precinct lines the least number of times possible. We did our best to follow these principles in our plan. As far as compactness goes, the proposed plan generally maintains compact districts in comparison to the existing districts. County and precinct splits, the proposed plan keeps 15 counties whole, where the previously 17 were whole, and similarly, precinct splits precinct split levels were maintained, and there was only a slight increase in the number of split precincts. Next, we consider political performance, and an important consideration in developing this proposed plan was maintaining the political performance in most districts, and the proposed plan maintains consistent Republican and Democratic political performance throughout the plan, and throughout the state. In conclusion, this proposed plan meets the redistricting criteria adopted by the Constitution. It complies with one person, one vote requirements of the U.S. Constitution, and all districts are contiguous. It also complies with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and adheres as closely as possible to the neutral redistricting principles embraced in state law. As such, this is a good plan for our citizens of the state of Mississippi, and I urge adoption of the plan, Mr. Speaker.
Right, any question? I don't see any. Jim from Adams, you have an amendment, I understand.
Questions? Yeah, I do have an amendment.
Case you recognized for question.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I looked at your district, I looked at your map, and I appreciate your work. I appreciate the effort you all put into this. My question is, why are the black majority districts, why do they have such high black voting age populations?
Well, sir, I appreciate that question, but, you know, that was looked at as we went forward. In the previous redistrictings, it was the same. We did reduce the black majority districts, the black population in those districts, and I believe approximately 30 of the 42. So when possible, we reduced that. Some was not reduced a lot. Some were reduced more significantly, but you know, that was not the number one criteria when we were looking at that. But where possible, that was done.
Well, but you would agree?
I agree that there are some that are extremely high. There's some in the city of Jackson. There's some in the Delta. Part of that has to do with, I would say the majority of that has to do with the mix of the population in that area.
Yeah, I would agree with you. There are places that can't be helped. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But was there any thought or any effort put to reducing in some areas the black voting age population in some districts where you could create more majority black districts? As the Voting Rights Act talks about maximizing black voting strength and black voter participation, you do that by, is it arguable that you could do that by having a lower percentage of black population in some districts where you could have more in other districts?
I mean, that might be a possibility. But I will say again that was done in a majority of the districts where it was reduced, which would basically our population be stable as far as racial population in the state. So if we reduce the minority percentage in those districts, that means it had to go up in the other districts. So I will say that was a factor looked at, but was not the only factor looked at.
Do you know whether or not the committee performed any analysis of racially polarized voting or how people voted along racial lines or anything like that?
I think our experts did perform that.
Okay. Just generally, did you consider increasing the number of African American districts? at all? I know we're at 42, and we're still at 42. Is that correct?
We do. We went in with 42. We came out with 42. That's fairly close to the percentage population in the state. As you are well aware, our population is not diverse, not evenly spread across the state. So that creates somewhat of a challenge in creating minority districts in certain areas. There's just, as there are certain areas that you're only going to have minority districts, there are certain areas where you're not going to. And so our goal was to make sure that we did not go down in districts. That was our primary focus. And we did look at attempts to create some minority districts in some other areas, but we did not feel like that we could create necessarily performing minority districts in those areas.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time.
Lady from Pass, Ms. Summers, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay. Jim from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Would the gentleman yield? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I will.
You talked about one of your criteria, political performance. Would you expand on that concept?
Yes. When you look at the voting patterns or voting history, our experts did political performance analysis on the districts to determine whether or not, if you had a 52% BVAP district, let's say, was that high enough for the minorities to elect the candidate of their choice? That's kind of what political performance is, looking at past voting history and applying that history to that current district to see how you would anticipate that there's no guarantee how a district would vote, but how you would anticipate a district would vote.
And in that analysis, what figure did you come up with?
We came up with the fact that all the minority districts that are created are politically performing districts, should be minority politically performing districts.
Okay. In the just process of splitting, reapportioning the districts, where do you start? Do you start with the existing legislative
Yes, sir.
districts?
This time, you have to start with something instead of completely redrawing the map and beginning in a corner, I guess, which I would assume might have been done the first time it was done, or a computer would do it. We did start with the existing districts.
Okay. Now, also, did you consider the years of service or incumbency, either one of those, in your process?
I would say that was looked at, yes. Not the deciding factor, but it was definitely a consideration.
Okay. Did you also consider how long the existing district, even though it may have lost or gained population, had been in existence?
Well, depends on whether or not we look more at communities of interest and, political subdivision type deal than necessarily. I was elected the first time in a very gerrymandered district that served through 4 counties. There was no reason, even though I survived 3 elections, and that was no reason for that to be a criteria or necessarily considered when there was redistricting was done 10 years ago or 12 years ago, because it would just been repeating a same mistake that had been made, and those communities had nothing in common at all.
Now, is compactness the opposite of gerrymander?
Yes, sir. I would say it's definitely one way you could define it.
Okay. Under the existing plan, from a geographical standpoint, what's the longest district?
Let me see. Do we know that? Not right offhand, we don't, but I do know that my district is probably 20, 50, over 60 miles long, but I live in a rural area.
Okay.
And, you know, I think that's going to be a product. If you're in a urban area, you may have, I think some of our districts may not be more than 2 or 3 miles long and wide, and some of them are much larger. I think generally speaking, majority of North Mississippi outside of DeSoto and Lafayette County and southeast Mississippi, or East Mississippi outside of Hattiesburg and Laurel, or, well, I don't know if you go quite that far to Hattiesburg, but are going to be large. I mean, they're just the rural areas, the district's going to be larger.
And would you also expand on communities of interest?
When possible, you know, you would like to keep a county together or a city together, or as much of it as possible. People who have, and maybe back to your other point, people who historically have been together. I mean, there again, that is not the overriding consideration. Population is the overriding consideration, and what you have to do to make that work. But that's one thing that's looked at.
Okay, but you do have some situations where, just say, for instance, if you have a district that has a couple of, we'll say 2,000 people in another county, did you all give some consideration to trying to keep people who just lived in totally different?
If possible, we tried to do that. If where it was done, there was a reason for doing it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
And gentlemen, listen, I want to commend you for your work. For those that have never done this, this is a lot of work. But I did want to ask you a couple of questions about the performance.
Okay.
And the only reason I wanted to ask that is in these, we got a couple of districts. We're district number 45. And I wanted you to ask your expert where they came down on the performance on that District 45 as being able to, and I'm using your words now, a person being able to elect a person of their choice. That's what you said.
Okay. I'm sorry. Whose district is 45? Who currently serves in that district?
Gentlemen, I don't know. I was just looking at the numbers. District 45, it's 50.
I think it's Jim from Kemper, but I could be wrong.
All right, the gentleman from Kemper, I think. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right. Yes, it shows that I don't know anything about it specifically, but the experts assured us that is a majority minority district, and they assured us that it could elect, the minority could elect the candidate of their choice. Had sufficient voting history in that area, as far as when you look at other races, that I mean, I'm not guaranteeing any district would elect a minority candidate or an Asian candidate or a white candidate or Hispanic, whatever, but they have said that there is sufficient documentation that they can elect a candidate of their choice.
Okay, and so 10 years ago, was this a minority district?
Yes, it was.
And so I guess then my question is on performance. I just want to get back to the experts with their performance. When you discussed Democrats being able to elect Democrats and Republicans being able to elect Republicans, but this district has been a minority district for now going into a second decade. What does the experts say about the performance over there? And I'm not saying that they have to elect somebody black, but I'm just asking.
Other than the representative race, And if you consider all races, whether it's a governor's race or Senate race or different things, they are electing Democrats. The Democrats are being elected.
Okay, so for the governor's race, you're saying that Kemper County, is this district just Kemper County on its own?
The governor's race, 2 Senate races, and the AG's race, the races within the last 5 years, it has voted for Democrats.
Okay, and is Kemper County the only county in 45?
No, it's not the only county.
What is the other county?
Lauderdale County's in 45, and Winston County's in 45, and Neshoba County's in 45, and they all were previously.
Okay, so now can you ask your expert, what is the tendency for performance in Lauderdale County?
I don't think countywide it would make a lot of difference because this district only covers a portion of it.
Okay.
So they didn't run those numbers for countywide because they looked at individual districts.
But they could look at individual precincts, couldn't they?
Well, they looked at the precincts as they applied to that district.
Okay, were the precincts that were applicable in Lauderdale County, were they Republican leaning or Democratic leaning?
All right, they have only district-wide percentages. They took district-wide. They don't have the individual breakdown per precinct per county. It's for the whole district.
Okay, so I guess we could though assume that the impact of these other 3 counties could be, not saying that 45 has to elect a black person, but if you look at District 38, which is similar, similar in numbers and everything, but I think when you look at District 38 and who's voting in 38, other than the main county that 38 encompasses, I think that might be making a difference in what's occurring.
Actually, I think the main difference there is probably because that's a college town. Our voting patterns are different in all of our college towns. So whereas the other districts are more rural, is in a college town, you just get a different vote than you do in the other districts across the state. It would not require as high a BVOT to elect maybe a Democratic candidate in a college town. That's just the honest truth about where we are. And so, but they were, those 2 districts were not compared against each other. They looked at them individually in their voting history individually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking at those 2, and I was trying to see, particularly when you said that you had your experts looking at performance.
Right.
I was just trying to see what it was. So you've explained it. You got a college town, and we can make whatever assumption we want to make about
Right.
that.
You have a lot of phantom voters in the college town. You have a lot of apartments, a lot of younger people, whatever. Yeah.
All right, I don't see any further questions. I recognize the lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for her amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Holmes has an introduction he wishes to make. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the North Gallery, we got some scholars from Holmes County, from the S.V. Marshall Elementary and Middle School. These students are students from the Junior Beta Club and the Roars Academy, and they're some of the highest performing students academically on assessment exams. Let's welcome them to their capital.
Jim from Marshall, you have introduction? No? Lady from Lincoln, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. In the South Gallery, we have the Brookhaven High School boys cross-country team that won our state championship 5A, and we want to make them welcome and congratulate them. Will you please stand?
We appreciate y'all running over here and letting us recognize you. All right. Gentleman Bolivar, you want to introduce the doctor today again?
Yes, let's do it again, Mr. Speaker. If y'all will, at the time I did the introduction, he was not present, but we're just excited to have Dr. Brent Smith here from Cleveland today. And I ask that if you're feeling ill, go by and see him.
Gentleman Hines, Mr. Banks.
Oh, no.
Passes. All right. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I am presenting an amendment on the proposed map. The proposed map puts Representative Banks and myself into District 67, pairs us. What this amendment would do is to put me back into my original district, which is District 68. And all we did was just flop some precincts. It meets all of the criteria that the chairman described earlier, stays within the deviation, is contiguous. And I would ask, if you would, please, to support this amendment.
All right.
And I can explain it further. So, in District 67, what we did with this amendment is we placed two precincts, Precinct 1 and 2, back into District 67, and we put precincts 55, 56, 60, and 61 back into District 68. It's not, you won't really be able to see it on the state map because 68 is not identified, but that's what the amendment does.
All right, recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've talked to the lady about this, and we're going to support her amendment. The plan initially drawn is a little more, is probably a little more compact, and it has been reviewed by experts, but the change she wants to make doesn't impact anyone else. And both the parties involved are in support of the change, and so I would ask y'all to support the amendment.
Lady wishes to close on her amendment. On the amendment,
Just want to say thank you to the chairman for supporting the amendment as well. Thank you.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Gentleman from Adams indicates he has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get the clerk to just read the first two lines of the amendment.
Recognize Madam Clerk.
That's not a title. Amendment number 2 by Representative Johnson. Amend on lines 29 through 804 by striking the language in its entirety, inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I love all y'all. Love serving with you. But I don't like being in the super minority. I just don't like doing that. I want some help. And I can have that help without actually hurting any of you all. That's what my plan does. That's not it. But what I asked the chairman about is maximizing black voting strength, maximizing the ability for African Americans to elect and have the strength to elect as much representation as possible. The chairman is right. His plan does not reduce the number. It keeps it status quo at 42. But people of color make up close to 44% of this state. 42 districts is only 34% of the state. So all we're saying is let a redistricting plan reflect the population and the people of the state of Mississippi. we ought to be in this body in a balanced manner that takes care of everybody in the state and have everybody have a voice. Now, I asked the chairman about these districts that are packed with African American voters. It's a difficult balancing act, and I want to tell you, he did a pretty good job. There are areas in the Delta and in Hinds County where it doesn't matter where you go; those districts are going to be overwhelmingly African American. But there are other areas of the state, East Mississippi, Central Mississippi, Southwest Mississippi, where, and even in Hinds County, where you can create more districts. In this plan, there are 5 more majority-minority districts, 5 more. It's not overwhelming, but it's an increase. But we also have about 10 districts that increase the African-American participation from numbers like 17 and 18 to 30, 39, as many as 48. So we're looking at a legislature that will still be Republican, just to give you some comfort. But you'll have more people like me here to work with you. And I think that'll be valuable to you. I think it's valuable to the state. I think it's valuable to everybody here to have some diversity, to say to the United States, to say to the world that Mississippi is not polarized anymore. We're not one-sided. We're not overwhelmingly one place or the other. We are a balanced state. We're a balanced representation in our legislature, and that's what this does. The lady was asking about District 45. District 45 in this plan increases about 4 to 5 percentage points in terms of people you can elect of color. It would do wonders for the state, wonders for the complexion of the state in more ways than one, to say this is a new day in the state of Mississippi. And that's what we want to do with this plan. I've talked to the chairman briefly. I noted that we haven't had a chance to work together on this plan as extensively as I'd like, but what we're trying to do is say, look, you don't have to pack all African American people in one district. We don't all think the same. A lot of us think like some of you. You ought to want to spread it out and have us working together as much as possible, not just here in the legislature, but in our communities all over the state. That's what the Voting Rights Act envisioned. That's what the Constitution envisioned, that we're not one party this way and one party that way, but we're all Mississippians, that we're all people of this United States, that we're working together. That's what this plan does. It's not a supermajority or super minority. It's a balanced plan, balanced representation. And so I would ask you to adopt the amendment.
Questions? Do you yield for any questions?
Yes, I do.
Jim from Holmes, you got 30 seconds.
Who drew this plan, gentlemen, if you'll yield?
I drew it with some help. There are some other lawyers involved that helped me draw the plan.
You know, I've heard you say many times in this chamber, we're being asked to vote on something we hadn't seen. Have we, where's a copy of the map? Like, has anybody in here seen what you're asking us to vote on?
Nobody's seen a copy of the map, but I'll get one to you. You know that old line that, gentlemen, I'll get back with you. I have that to you post haste. I got it for you.
Gentleman's time's expired on his amendment. I'm going to recognize the chairman to respond. Do you wait down there? Recognize the chairman to respond.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought he might have a little more time there than 30 seconds.
He'll be allowed to close. He's got 5 minutes to close.
All right. All right. You know, I haven't seen the plan, I haven't reviewed the plan, but I can tell you that I think that I think we did everything we could possibly do to draw districts that were fair to the members in the chamber and to the state and to the different regions of the state. And I would just ask you to vote against the gentleman's amendment and let's adopt our plan.
Recognize the author to close.
Thank you. All due respect to the chairman, he did all that he could do. But I just took it one step further. Working with the same people he works with, these same people that drew his map, drew this map. These same people that looked at it and see if it was in compliance, looked at my map, looked at my plan to say it was in compliance. And we added 5 more African-American districts. We added 10 to 11 more districts of influence where you could have a map, a redistricting plan that reflected the population of the state of Mississippi. That's what we did. And so I think the chairman did a remarkable job of what he did, but sometimes that's why you ought to have more people like me. We'll do one more step more. You got more of that. You got one more step at another idea, another reflection on what we can get done in this state. And that's what working together is. The chairman did one plan. I went with the same team of people, came up with what I consider, what I would argue would be a better plan, better reflection of the state of Mississippi. So I would ask for you to vote yes on the amendment.
Chairman Holmes, you wish to continue your interrogation?
If the gentleman would yield.
Yes, I do.
You said you drew the plan, gentlemen, so I'm just trying to,
I came up with the numbers.
You understand my angst. You're asking us to vote on I guess it might be a great plan if we could see it and know what it did. So you're saying it adds.
If you give me 5 seconds, I'll go get it. You want to look at the map? I'll go get it for you.
Where members could, like in the map drawing process that the chairman went through, members got to go over and look at their districts, see maybe according to the new census numbers how things have changed, and I don't think everybody got every suggestion they wanted, but they looked at their map and that sort of thing in the drawing process. What members were consulted in the drawing of this map that we don't have, but this plan that you're presenting?
The African American members were consulted in it. And let me say this about, let me say answer your question. Now, members went over and had input with the chairman, but nobody knew the chairman didn't, as far as everybody I talked to, the chairman didn't say, well, this is what your district's gonna look like. They saw that at the end result. So we had input, so.
Right now, I'm concerned about the plan you're offering.
Are you gonna vote for it?
Well, I don't know what it is. So that's what I was just going to ask you about it real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
You said the African-American members of the body looked at the plan or were consulted.
And everybody wasn't happy with it either. Yeah.
Were any other House members besides African-American members allowed to have input or look at the potential plan?
Not one. No.
Not one?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, because our objective was to try to maximize the African-American participation in the election process. And what my history has shown me after being here 30 years, that every map that's drawn, even though you may have some input on your district, that map is always drawn in a way that maximizes the other way. And so I wanted input from people who had felt they had consistently, over numbers of years, been disenfranchised or been treated with disinterest in terms of what we think the input could be. Now, you heard the chairman say he thought he had done everything that he could do, but nobody looked and said, well, what else can we do? And what I suggest to you that in this plan, you didn't do everything you could do. And so I talked to the members who felt like nobody ever listens to me. The people who say, I'm not a chairman of a committee, I hadn't been appointed to anything that I can have any real influence. I wanted to talk to those people who constantly felt locked out of the process. And those are the people I took input from.
So it sounds like that was about overall achieving some overall goal and not specifically looking at districts and how they measure up. What about, did y'all start with the benchmark plan and what?
Yeah, we started with the benchmark plan, and then we took, well, when I say benchmark plan, we started with the benchmark plan from 10 years ago.
That's what
I didn't see, yeah, I started with that.
Benchmark. So you started with that, with our current census numbers now?
Absolutely.
I've learned just enough to be dangerous in being on that committee.
I feel you.
So this is from the hip.
Yeah.
Was a heat map used in the
calculation?
A heat map.
Absolutely.
It was used.
Yes.
Y'all, or you, as you said, you drew it.
Let me say this, just short. We used all the criteria that the peer committee and everybody told us we needed to use. We used the same software, all the things they needed to require to make sure we got it right.
Did you have a goal when you sat down to draw the plan?
Yeah, to get as many African American districts as we could get.
And this plan does add a substantial
Gentleman's time has expired.
Absolutely. We make your district an African American district. You can get black folks to vote for you.
Which ones were drawn first?
Which ones were drawn first? It was just an overall plan.
Did you stick to the traditional map drawing principles?
Absolutely.
When y'all sat down and did
Absolutely.
that?
I told you, we drew a district that you got majority African Americans in your district.
Has any expert viewed the plan in view and looking at your plan for compliance with Section 2?
Experts, there were experts that from Washington DC, New York, Mississippi, who helped me draw my plan, and who submitted it to peer who said it was in compliance.
But it's still one we hadn't seen, and you're asking us to vote now.
Yeah, I'm asking you to vote for it. I'm asking you to trust me.
What did it do to my district? You know, I'm like everybody else. I'm going to be personal for a minute. What did it do to my district?
We put more African American people in your district because I find you to be a man of equity and equitable observation. You take care of as many. Oh, he's not. That's the way he's always treated me. So I would suggest that these people would be happy to have you as their representative.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. No! The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Give her a second. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 39 yeas, 77 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further, gentlemen? I don't see any other amendments. All right. Question occurs on joint resolution number 1. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 81 yeas, 37 nays, the resolution is adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make one introduction while we're on this topic. Many of you were not here the last time we did this, but we had a gentleman who took this task on the last time, did an outstanding job. He is here with us today. The gentleman from Hines, Representative Bill Denny, has joined us. Please make him feel welcome. Recognize the chairman.
I would like to ask for immediate release of that.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman from the lead, Mr. Aguirre, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction of order.
Yes, sir.
In the South Gallery, I'd like to introduce Miss Mary Warner. She is from Tupelo. She got confirmed today to the Mississippi Board of Education. Please make her feel welcome.
Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would direct your attention to the North Gallery, we have some outstanding young ladies here today with us. First, we have Carla Kirkland, former Miss ASU, Teresa Kennedy, Shirley Wyatt McFarland, and Regina Irvin, and they're also friends of Representative Deborah Gibbs. Let's make them welcome.
Lady from Mid, Ms. Cockerham.
I have a request, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to move to recommit item number 8, House Bill 770, for further conference.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That item 8 on the general calendar.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, item number 8.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, Jim Calhoun, Mr. Beckett, what you got?
Mr. Speaker, item number 51, Senate Bill 2879, I need to recommit that report.
Item 51, 2879, motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Any further business at this time? All right, I don't see any. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple special guests that we want to introduce today. I ask everyone to find your seats and give us your attention. We want to make our guests feel honored and respected. We have a couple special guests today. I want to ask everyone to find their seats, give us your attention. We want our guests to feel respected and honored. Thank you. I want to recognize the gentleman from Capaya, Mr. Holloway, who will introduce our first special guest.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. We are so graciously honored to have joining us today a special group of young ladies on the podium with the Speaker, Representative Jeffrey Harness, Alcorn State University President Dr. Felicia Nave, Mr. Cyrus Rush, Interim Athletic Director at Alcorn State Universities. These young ladies have reached one of the pinnacles of collegiate women's cross country and have brought honor to their university, their community, and to the great state of Mississippi. Day in and day out, they work very hard, waking up before daylight, facing injuries and being discouraged, staying on the course and often traversing the Highway 552 with a 7-mile stretch. They silenced their critics and defied the odds by completing their journey to the top. It is indeed my honor to present to you today your 2021 SWAC champions, the Alcorn State University women's cross country team led by Coach Jimmy Joseph and assistant coach Miguel Mendez, Daisy Enriquez, Michaela Gates, Renelda Jackson, Stella Keptunia, Samaria Nevers, members of the House of Representatives, please join in saluting, congratulating, and commending these young ladies for their outstanding achievement. Thank you. Also, we have the 2022 SWAC men's basketball regular season champions, the Alcorn State University Braves. This is indeed a special day at the Mississippi State Capitol because we get to recognize 2 Alcorn State championship teams. Joining us today as well on the podium are Dr. Felicia Nave, Mr. Cyrus Rush, and also the group of men down in front of us. Their season began by coming within 3 to 4 points of victory versus likes of Seattle University, Southern Illinois, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They defeated them. The Braves also fought against national #1 powerhouses, Gonzaga and Baylor. The Hardwood Braves went on to finish the regular season with a sweep over our fellow Mississippi teams,
and earned the crown of Southwestern Athletic Conference champion with a convincing 100-77 victories over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Alcorn entered the conference tournament as the #1 seed team and went on to represent the SWAC in the National Invitation Tournament, facing the tournament's #1 seed team, Texas A&M, in a hard-fought battle. We are honored to present to you today the 2022 SWAC men's basketball regular season champion, the Alcorn State University Braves, led by 2022 SWAC Coach of the Year, Landon Bussey, and his assistants, coaches Tyler Adams, Gary Smith, and Darian Ruckamore. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating and saluting the 2022 Southwestern Athletic Conference regular season champions, the Alcorn State University Braves. At this time, we're going to ask the head coach to come and make a brief remark. The head coach for the cross-country team as well as the men's basketball team.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity. It's truly an honor to be a head leader of those beautiful young ladies, and I'm thankful for my president and AD and the administrative. They give me an opportunity to do some great things, and I'm forever grateful. Thank you, guys.
Just want to take the time to thank Dr. Nave and Mr. Russ for just supporting us throughout the whole year. And the opportunity to come here, we're so grateful and honored. And these young men have sacrificed so much to get to this point. So I'm so excited for them. And thank y'all for allowing us here.
Hey, do you want to come up here? Sheet me. Yes.
Mic check, mic check.
Mic check.
Oh, yeah, it's on.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice?
Mic.
All you gotta do is whisper to it.
Thanks. You coming? Thank you.
Please let the House come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have another special guest, so I would ask you to give us your attention. Find your seats. Thank you. I'm going to recognize the lady from Hines to introduce our next special guest, and I'm going to ask Sergeant at Arms to escort them to the floor.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed an honor to be here with you this morning as we honor our SWAC champions. Where you going? If you're in the audience and you're a Jacksonian, we want you to come up here too. Oh, we're going to need to put some of them. Hey, how you doing? I'm doing video. You doing something? All right, nice to see you. Come right in. Come on in. Come on in. Just don't you lose my style. Try and be like you. You got everybody? Good morning again. Good morning again. This is a good morning. Anytime you are able to bring the SWAC champs to Mississippi, especially to Jackson, Mississippi, that just happens to be my largest precinct. You know, I heard somebody say it's a poor dog who can't wag his own tail. So I just want you all to know, this is my district that we're looking at, and I'm so proud of them and how well they performed. And all of us who are from Mississippi and across the nation, as we watch TV, you have no idea how proud you made all of us. And for that, we say thank you and congratulations. We have with us, we have the coach from the Jackson State who's going to give us a few comments. And is the athletic director here? All righty. And then we're going to hear first from the coach, and then we're going to hear from our director. Thank you so much. Tamika Reed.
Is it still morning? Good morning. Good morning. First of all, I just want to give honor to God. I'm just so thankful, and I'm just so thankful for his favor and his love amongst this program. Also, I want to thank my staff. I wouldn't be here without them. And my athletic director, thank you, Ashley Robinson, and our president in his absence. And to my lovely team. This is my dream team. If a coach could put together a dream team, this is the dream team. And I'm super thankful for them. These young ladies played a very, very hard-fought season this year. We went through a lot. And to go 21-0, holding the longest winning streak in the country, passing Stanford, and going 18-0 in the conference, never been done before at Jackson State or non-conference. I am extremely proud of these young ladies. Again, this is my dream team, and I just want to thank them as well. And I want to thank you guys. Thank you all so much for having us. Thank you for this platform. Thank you for honoring us. We know your days are extremely busy, and we thank you for taking out time to honor us on our hard-fought season. Also, I know it's a lot of graduates in here. We just want to thank, we just hope we made new friends in you. We just hope that as we journey on throughout our season here at Jackson State, that we have new friends and new followers who can continue to support Jackson State women's basketball. Again, thank you guys for this day. God bless.
At this time, Representative Bell will let you know what they really did.
So, thank you, Representative Clark. I guess you forgot how we're going to do this, but no problem. So, just so you can understand the impact that Coach Reed and the JSU women's basketball team has had, during her tenure here right now, we're talking about being 60-9 in SWAC play, 40-4 at home, top 3 in every category in the SWAC, and she's been the 2-time Coach of the Year of the SWAC, 29-game winning streak in the SWAC. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for them again.
Please let the House come back to order. Going to take our lunch break now. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. I don't see any. All right. I don't see the chairman of rules. Recognize the gentleman from Newton. Recess till 1:30, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House stands recessed to 1:30.
All right, motion is to recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess to 1:30. Please let the House come back to order. We will go to the calendar now. First calendar is the in-conference appropriation general bill. I don't see the chairman. Next calendar is the in-conference ways and means. I don't see the chairman. Next calendar is in-conference general bills. Oh, okay, you got permission. Which ones you got, gentlemen? I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Jackson. He had a couple of ways and means bills to take up. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to go to the Ways and Means Conference Report Calendar, item number 6, House Bill 918.
Okay, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, that is the food truck bill that we originally passed. I think it was unanimous. We took out the reverse repealer. The lady from Forest, I don't see her, but she's worked extremely hard on that, and I move for final adoption.
Any questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 918. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Over 104 yeas, 5 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the next item is item number 11, Senate Bill 2063, and I move to recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. All right, now we're to the in-conference general bills. Insurance, first one up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I move to recommit House Bill 451. We're close, but we need to further conference to try to reach an agreement.
Yeah. We extended the deadline for 30 days.
All right, motion is,
Let's pass that one. Oh, is it? Okay. We definitely can't kill that one.
all right, motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Next item. You got other items, gentlemen, you want to take while you're standing there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection, I'd like to go ahead and go to the other insurance items.
Take them up.
Okay, the next one, ladies and gentlemen, is item number 29. That would be Senate Bill 2335. Same motion, move to recommit, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Next item is item number 30, Senate Bill 2336, move for final adoption. That is just the extension of the state health insurance plan. We simply remove the reverse repealer.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2336. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, reports adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, no objection. The next insurance item is item number 33, Senate Bill 2357. Move for final adoption. Again, we just simply took out the reverse repealer.
Any questions? Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. Okay. All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2357. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. report is adopted. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, has an introduction he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the North Gallery, we have the crown jewel of my family, my mom. Please make her feel welcome.
All right, next item, 46.
Next item is 46, Senate Bill 2669, move for final adoption. That's the perpetual care license from the Department of Insurance. We just, again, simply remove the reverse repealer.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2669. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Vote 116 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Next item is number 48.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. That's the last insurance conference report that we have. Before I give you the explanation, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I want to thank each and every one of you personally for staying with the House of Representatives and their position on telemedicine and for your trust and patience with us. As you recall, we took this up last year, and the Senate took it upon themselves, along with other, well, I'll just say citizens of this state, saying that the House of Representatives killed telemedicine last year. Well, I am here to tell you, yes, indeed, we did kill it. And we killed it because it was a bad bill. And we will be happy to take the blame to kill that bill last year. And we would much rather have no bill. Let me repeat that. We would much rather have no bill than a bad bill. What we have brought to you today is a good bill. We are putting the general enabling legislation of telemedicine in the code. It will no longer be under executive order of the governor. And last but not least, it's in the best interest of the patient and not special interests. I move for final adoption.
Gentleman yields the floor. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on a good conference report on Senate Bill 2738. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 119 yeas and 2 nays, report is adopted. We return now to page 2, item 2, tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may ask to recommit the bill from my desk.
Okay. Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Item 3, correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call item 3 up. I believe that is House Bill 586.
Correct.
And Mr. Speaker in the House, what this does is we removed the repealer on the work program, but we added 2 counties, Lee County and I believe Harrison County had interest in including their county jails in the work program. Next year, if any other counties, the sheriffs want to get involved in this particular program, please let me know. That's the explanation of the bill, of the conference report. Move for final adoption.
Question. I don't see any. Over the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 586. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas and 0 nays, 19 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Would you like to do the rest of yours while you're standing there, gentlemen?
Please, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to do that.
Number 9 is the next one I see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is the Mississippi Prison Industry Act. What we've done here is moved prison industries under MDOC's commissioner. We've eliminated the current board. We're basically turning it into a workforce training program as opposed to producing items, goods to compete with free market and private industry. That board will be consistent of 3 members chosen by the commissioner, 2 of which will have to be confirmed with advice and consent of the Senate. One would be with Accelerate Mississippi, one from Community College. Two of those members that are from the commissioners' picks, one will be from the faith-based organization, and one will be from the business community. Also, it creates responsibilities under a new executive director that's identified in conference report in 1052 and sets out some of the responsibilities for that particular deputy commissioner. That's the explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. Move for final adoption.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 863. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item I see is number 11, gentlemen. 906.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 906, the conference report is pared down to one code section, section 475-903. And what this does, amends that code section to allow for the sheriffs of each county. There was a restriction that if someone was convicted, they could only be sent to the county of their conviction. And this allows sheriffs, if they have somebody in their work program, if they have somebody in Lee County, Harrison County, or Rankin County, the current 3 counties that have work programs, they could transfer those inmates amongst those counties, and it eliminates the restriction that would prohibit that. That's the explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 906. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Opposed machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item is number 12, 936.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This basically has been a compromise position between the House and the Senate. Members of the Senate wanted to tighten up some of the Medicaid language we got with the governor's office, and we agreed that we added language to make sure this was without any doubt that the specialty care facilities would be in fact a waiver program. Wouldn't be any concern about this coming out of general budget numbers for Medicaid. But basically this is a House position with that change. That's the explanation of 936, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, is this the bill where we provide Medicaid coverage for inmates?
It is a waiver program if they qualify for Medicaid. They're not automatically provided Medicaid coverage.
But they could qualify for Medicaid?
They could qualify for Medicaid.
And this is a House position that this should happen?
It is a House position.
And that's because that is what would be required under the law, that we have to provide adequate care for people in prison. Is that correct?
Well, or
we'd be subject to some kind of lawsuit or litigation.
That is correct. These are individuals, the target of this is those individuals who have already been paroled, but we are still housing them in our prison facilities.
Yeah, well, can you tell me why this makes sense and it doesn't make sense to provide extended coverage for women and babies for postpartum care and Medicaid?
I'm not in a position to answer that, but I'm just trying to get these individuals that are paroled out of the facilities and get them to a facility, if possible, if CMS approves a waiver program, where they can get placed in a facility if they qualify for Medicaid.
Do you sit on Medicaid or public health?
I do not.
All right, thank you.
Right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 936. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 103 yeas, 9 nays, report is adopted. The next item I see is number 15, House Bill 1052.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference report on 1052, which is item 15, creates the position of Deputy Commissioner of Workforce Development. It also provides authority for that Deputy Commissioner through the Commissioner to qualify for certain federal education grants and identifies the Mississippi Department of Education as a Mississippi education agency. That's the explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1052. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 5 nays. Report is adopted. Next is page 3, item 4, Judd B. House Bill 604.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to, on that one, on House Bill 604, to motion to recommit that to conference.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, if I can go ahead and do the remainder of these. The next one is item 24.
Okay, you're recognized.
That's Senate Bill number 2245. This is the voyeurism bill that allows for, just changes the law from lowering it from 21 to 18. Right now, there's just a little hole in the law. It's the same one that we passed earlier in the session, moving the age down from 21 to 18. The bill also includes a much better and revised version of what is called Buddy's Law, which is the law that has to do with if a child is adjudicated of committing a very extreme abuse of an animal, that child would have to do some type of mental evaluation. Now, that does not. The biggest thing with this is, and the biggest concerns that a lot of people had with Buddy's Law is that it would potentially punish a child in a way more harsh for harming a dog or a cat than it would punish a child for harming or burning or abusing another child. I think that I have corrected that. I've got an agreement. It also includes in here a policy statement and a legislative intent statement stating that a mental evaluation is only required in extreme situations as defined by the statute. Also, there is a mechanism in here that provides for payment and a very slight burden on whatever may be on the counties. It is a very much different version than what was passed by the Senate, and I am proud to bring that to the House because I feel like it's much better than it once was. That is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2245. If you favor the bill, vote aye. Opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 1 nay, report is adopted. Next item I see is number 25.
Yes, sir. Number 25, Senate Bill 2246. This is a search warrant bill. We had a House bill and a Senate bill, but a House bill just like this. It has to do with only that a search warrant can be issued in relation to computer crime investigations for sex offenses against children who are less than 18 years old. Just saying that oral testimony can be provided to issue a search warrant on computer crimes involving minors. That's an explanation of that part of it. Section 2 is a bill that we passed overwhelmingly in here, allowing a certain city where Highway 6 and Highway 7 crosses, where a university may be present, to use oral testimony on on violations of the informed consent law. So that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2246. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas and 2 nays, report is adopted. Next item is number 42, 2536.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2536 is the offender registry, which it was unchanged. We took out the reverse repealer from when the House passed it. This is creating a registry of those people who have been involved in committing a crime involving public funds, embezzlement, where like if you have a tax collector that embezzles money, they would be a part of this registry for 5 years. Once they pop off of it, they're off of it. Also, the second part of this conference report, ladies and gentlemen, is the bill that allows for returning some suffrage rights to those people who were convicted of felonies. Basically, what it does is if your record's been expunged, which is the exact same bill that we voted on, if your record's been expunged, it lays out a process for you to get your voting rights back. If your record's expunged, you take your expungement order to the clerk's office, and then you have to apply to vote just like any other person would have to apply. That's all that does. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2536. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item is number 43.
The next one, Mr. Speaker, I need to pass for the time being, if possible. I'll call up number 55.
Move forward to number 55. You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this one is Senate Bill number 2913. This comes to us from the Chancery Clerks. This is exactly what it says, what the short title says. Delete the duty of that clerk of the Board of Supervisors to report to the grand jury. Basically, every time there is a grand jury that meets, they're supposed to keep a docket of that. If they don't, it is a misdemeanor. This is what your Chancery Clerk's Office and Association wants, and this is, and we are just repealing that duty that they are required to do. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2913. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas and 2 nays, the report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, on number 24, could I hold that one on a motion?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
We can do that. Brings us back to page 3, item 5, Medicaid. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to recommit House Bill 657.
Motion to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item is drug policy. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Mississippi Pill Press Act of 2022. We named it the Victoria Huggins Mississippi Pill Press Law. It's our continued fight against illegal opioid and fentanyl use, and basically makes it unlawful to manufacture a controlled substance or counterfeit controlled substance using a pill press. It's an enhanced penalty if they do not register, 5 years or $5,000. So that's an explanation of the conference report. I move adoption.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 114 yeas and 3 nays. The report is adopted. Brings us to item 7, Judiciary A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Tallahatchie to present the conference report for House Bill number 698, item number 7?
Gentleman from Tallahatchie is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this bill is basically the form that the House previously passed it, and it would establish uniformity for mental health courts throughout the state. The Supreme Court Administrative Office of the courts would promulgate uniform rules and regulations that they would follow, and there would be reporting requirements to make sure that every mental health court was in fact a mental health court. Other than that, it is basically the same as what the House passed it, and so if there are no further questions, I'd move passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 698. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By about 121 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. The next item I see is number 18, lady, 1351.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to present the conference report for...
Gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1351, the conference report, includes most of the language from the Scrivener's Error Affidavit Bill that the House passed unanimously a few weeks ago. It just clarifies the process that a Scrivener's Affidavit may be filed with the Chancery Clerk. In addition to that bill, there's also a bill here that exempt architects and engineers from liability in instances where they are performing inspections of property after disaster has occurred. That bill passed separately a few weeks ago. It died in the Senate. It's included in this conference report. That is a brief explanation of the conference report, and I will yield for any questions.
Question. Gentleman apprentice, Mr. Arnold. Passes. Don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report of House Bill 1351. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next is item 22, 2034.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report for intestacy, where we're revising the provisions for venue. And all that we did was remove the reverse repealer. If you remember, the revised provisions just simply say where the decedent was a resident, and then we also added where the decedent owned property or where the decedent passed away. And so those were the changes on this conference report. All we're doing is removing the reverse repealer.
Any question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2034. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next is item 27, 2319.
I don't see the, would you please recognize the gentleman from Tallahatchie to present the conference
Gentleman from
report?
Tallahatchie is recognized again.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, what this basically comes to you as the House passed it with the deletion of the reverse repealer amendment, and basically it authorizes Department of Human Services to satisfy child support arrearages where you've got unclaimed property from the unclaimed property. And there is a procedure that has to be followed to give due process. So, Mr. Speaker, it's as we passed it, except to eliminate the reverse repealer. Move passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2319. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next is item 28. 2321.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is our human trafficking bill where we're creating a civil cause of action for human trafficking. And essentially, everything is the same with respect to Section 3. However, we remove the punitive damages. In Section 1, we also added a 3-year statute of limitations to the bill. And we also we're able to revive, thankfully, our human trafficking bill that died in the Senate with respect to saying that it is not going to be a defense that a minor was engaged in prostitution. And essentially, what we have in this conference report is the revival of our human trafficking bill that died in the Senate, and also clarifications with respect to the civil remedy for human trafficking. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2321. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item is number 31, 2338.
This is the conference report for the DHS Fraud Investigation Unit, where we are requiring the Fraud Investigation Unit to report certain suspected civil or criminal violations to the state auditor. All we did in this conference report was remove the reverse repealer. That's it.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2338. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 117 yeas and 1 nay, the report is adopted. Next item is number 32, 2341.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Senate Bill number 2341 for further conference.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item is number 39, 2461.
Mr. Speaker, if we could pass that particular item.
Okay. Next one is going to be 44, item 44, 2620.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Tallahatchie to present the conference report?
Gentleman from Tallahatchie.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this bill passed the House earlier, and it awards attorney fees for duplicative request under the Public Records Act, where they request privilege information where protection of that privilege information has been heretofore sought. In other words, it is a duplicative request, and if you're going to file a duplicative request, the conference report would allow sanctions to be imposed. Mr. Speaker, that's all. It's basically as this House passed it.
Questions?
Move
I
past.
don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2620. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas and 4 nays, report is adopted. We return now to page 3. We've worked our way down to item 10, education. Item 13, public health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 13, House Bill number 1005. We have the conference report. This is the loan repayment for nursing due to COVID. And so this is, if you remember, this is the House bill we passed it where you can get your loans repaid if you want to become an RN, LPN, nurse practitioner. We did add respiratory therapy to this legislation, and that was the only change we added in conference that we passed a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Was there any consideration about EMTs? You know, there's a huge shortage of EMTs as well.
No, sir. I do understand the gentleman from Choctaw has been working hard on the Medicaid legislation, and I think ambulances are being discussed in that legislation, but not specifically with your EMTs.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1005. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 113 yeas and 8 nays. Report is adopted. The next item I see is number 20.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 20, House Bill number 1509. It is the adopt the conference report. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report dealing with vaccines for COVID-19. And so the Senate added a section that I'll just basically read it to you. It says, children attending any school, kindergarten, or similar type of facility, either public or private, shall not be required to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. We thought in this bill, public subdivisions took care of that, but the Senate offered that, and we accepted that language. Secondly, when the bill left our House, it said upon passage of July 1st, and we changed that and made it immediately upon passage. So those are the two differences in the legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
So help me understand, you just explained that the kids are still in it for school, right? For COVID-19, K through wherever, college, K through college, that
No,
they
sir,
will not.
I'll read it again to you. Children attending any school, kindergarten, or similar type of facility intended for the instruction of children shall not be required to receive a vaccine for COVID-19 as a condition of attendance. That was added. We already felt like the language above that and that dealt with public subdivisions included schools, but the Senate wanted to add that, so we took that language.
That's great. So the bill only focuses on kids in school now, not work situations, or does it still?
No, sir. So as I said again, the Senate added this language to our bill.
Okay, so our bill's fine, but they just added this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Oh, excuse me, there is one. Gentleman home, Mr. Clark. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
The line of question made me think about something, gentlemen. Have anybody looked at whether the other vaccine requirements that our students have to have would cause a constitutional challenge to the one that's already in place?
No, sir, we did not address that. We simply looked at the COVID-19 vaccine for religious purposes and also...
And I want you to kind of follow my reasoning here. Obviously, people have argued that it's a constitutional right to be vaccinated, and which it is, but the courts have said that if there's a compelling government interest, which is to protect a person, the government can. So you have smallpox, chickenpox, other vaccines that are presently required that are a lot less deadly than COVID. If we pass this, I just have a concern that the present vaccine requirement for education may be subject to a constitutional challenge. I don't know how we would defend against that argument.
What's the question, gentlemen?
You got any thoughts on that?
No, sir. That issue has not been discussed as we've gone through the legislative process. We've strictly dealt with COVID-19 in this legislation.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1509. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 78 yeas, 39 nays. Report is adopted. Next item I see is number 36, 2421.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 36, Senate Bill 2421. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the physician grant and the FQHCs that we have about 19 or 21 repealer. We've combined in both of those programs where they both repeal at the same time. We took the Senate language, but we added a reverse repealer a couple weeks ago, so all we did was delete the reverse repealer.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2421. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 115 yeas, 5 nays, report is adopted. Next item I see is number 50, 2820.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2820. I do need to recommit that, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it. Next item I see is number 54.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 54, Senate Bill 2899. Will you please recognize the lady from Lincoln?
Lady from Lincoln is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you remember, Senate Bill 2899 is community mental health centers provide that the health insurers may not deny the right to participate. They took our language, so it is the House language. This was just to help our community mental health centers, and that's my explanation of the bill.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2899. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 16 yeas and 3 nays, the report is adopted. We'll return now to page 4, item 14, public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a conference report on House Bill 1029. A little bit has changed over the conference process, but basically just let me say that the technical merits of the bill have not changed. All of our internet service providers, all our partners who will be a part of this are all still on the same page with what we're doing. As far as the technical merits of the bill, they're all still on board. Again, this is still technology neutral on the processes that could be used, and the federal programs would require that these grant dollars would go to unserved and underserved areas first with no overbill. The biggest change in this is, ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, we had a commission into this. We've looked at what other states have done. Most states have created an Office of Broadband within another subdivision of government instead of creating another commission. Expanding government. So what we've done in this bill is we have put under the office, under DFA, Department of Finance and Administration, we have put an Office of Broadband. The executive director of DFA would hire a executive director of the Office of Broadband and the staff, and they would receive the monies, administer the programs, all per the federal guidelines on the federal dollars that are coming down from broadband, and it would be in effect from and after passage. And I want to say this, we want to get this money out as quick as we can, and also by not having a commission, having another government roadblock or cumbersome roadblock in the way, DFA can go to work immediately, and we could possibly begin to get some of these broadband dollars out in the next 60 to 90 days. And that's a report on the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, actually, I agree with that not being a commission. We don't need another layer of government. But I am curious, we got elected public service commissioners who are well-versed in the issues concerning broadband and utilities. Is there any reason we didn't defer to them as opposed to?
Gentlemen, and I will say, and of course, DFA doesn't have any authority over broadband now, but also the Public Service Commission, they do not have any regulatory authority also. And basically what this is doing, we're setting up somewhere that has experience, that receiving the money, receiving the federal dollars that will be coming in, being sure they get it put out into the right places per the federal specs that's going to be coming down in all the grant programs. So I feel that it needs to land at the Department of Finance Administration and then be able to put somebody into place who has expertise as an executive director to be able to get this money out.
Okay, but the Public Service Commission, they may not have any authority on broadband, but they have, my understanding, they have done quite a bit of work in terms of understanding how the system works and what the needs are. And some of the same companies that will be involved in the broadband service are regulated by the Public Service Commission.
Some, very little.
Okay.
Yeah, very few companies would be. But.
Well, arguably, all these service providers, you don't think at some point, just like power companies, telephone companies, that broadband providers ought to be subject to the Public Service Commission, or people who regulate that kind of an issue?
Gentlemen, you'll recall last year when we passed the Investor-Owned Utility Act that allowed power companies to get into the broadband business.
Yeah.
And if you remember, there was a clamor that, it's going to be so much competition. I will tell you, I'm going to get to the answer to your question in a minute, but I will tell you, even though we'd allowed them to do that last year, there's been very few takers on that just because of the deal. But those power companies are already being regulated by the PSC. You are correct in that, the power companies.
Well, the independent co-ops are not regulated. They are self-regulated.
By statute, you're correct.
Yeah. So my concern is that we're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars and at some point billions of dollars, and people have elected public service commissioners. We're going to have an appointed government, essentially run by the governor, having authority over that $1 billion, and we could have elected officials actually answering to the public.
Gentlemen, I want to go back to the CARES Act that we did in 2012 2020 when we had the $150 million, $160 million.
Yeah.
We gave that to the staff. That was unelected, and every dollar that they put out and they spent out was audited and approved, both on the accounting side and the engineering side.
But you're also aware that they were so slow and so inefficient in getting it out that we had close to $200 million left over that should have gone to small business and citizens. And so I'm just concerned that now we got the same issue that we may run into, and we ought to have a commission, not the commission that we did in the statute, but an existing commission that answers, who are elected and answers to the public. That's my concern.
Gentlemen, on the broadband front, I want to go back to that. You said there was $200 million allocated. We only allocated.
The CARES Act. You talked about the CARES Act.
I'm talking about that was dedicated for broadband.
Oh,
We
okay.
only dedicated 150
I was talking about the entire CARES Act.
No, I don't know about that, but for
All right,
broadband, we spent that out. Gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm comfortable. DFA will have the expertise to receive this money and to administer this money. And gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, they've got to follow the guidelines on how it can be spent. We could sit up here and talk all day that we're going to do this and do that, but at the end of the day, they've got to follow the guidelines on how the money's received. So that is a report on the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes.
Was there any, kind of somewhat piggyback off my desk mate, why the wireless communication was not put in charge of this? Since they have a system already in place.
Well, wireless communication is a different animal, sort of, gentlemen. The wireless communication is set up for a radio point-to-point or tower-to-tower for law enforcement, first responders across the state. Now, I know where you're going with this. Could the towers that are owned or leased by the Wireless Communication Commission be used for a point-to-point signal of broadband? Absolutely they can. And that's why I said this is technology neutral. This will allow anybody who has a technology that can make application and think and show that their process will work, or that getting that signal out will work. They can certainly do that. But this is really different than what wireless would need and want to handle.
But taking what you just said, gentlemen, would it not be true that if a system is already in place and it's a proven system, wouldn't it be more prudent of us to give that organization an opportunity to perform?
Well, gentlemen, you got to understand, wireless communication is radio signal. It's radio signal.
I'm very well with it.
Yeah, it's radio signal. So radio signal is, it's not the same bandwidth and everything else that you need for broadband.
Gentlemen, would you not agree with me that they have towers already positioned all over this state?
Absolutely.
In various different places
Yes.
it would be a lot easier to piggyback off
Absolutely.
those.
They can, gentlemen. That's what I said a minute ago.
So why would we want them to have to go through a grant or a bid process when they could just naturally be in charge of this already?
Well, so wireless communications, they own the tower. So if you had a broadband provider that had the technology to broadcast or direct a signal point to point off of these towers, that's not on the wireless commission. That's on that internet service provider to do that, which they could apply for these federal grant dollars, again, being technology neutral to do that. They can certainly enter into an agreement with the Wireless Communications Commission to use their towers for that purpose. The ISP could, the internet service provider, gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen.
Okay, Ladies from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Well, the gentleman here.
Yes.
Gentleman, for a friendly question.
Sure.
The $162 million initially will go to this entity over at DFA, right?
They will receive the money and then accept grant applications. And under the Capital Service Projects Fund, those dollars have to go to the unserved areas first.
Okay.
By federal law, by federal regulation.
So now the BEAD money that is going to become available, about $500 million up to $1 billion. Does this language allow for that entity to be able to seek that those dollars will flow through them as well?
Yes, those dollars will flow through that process.
And so everything that we're going to be seeking going forward will go through this entity, right?
This will be the process going forward to receive these federal funds, to review set up the application process per the specifications and the regulatory framework that the Fed's put in place for spending
And so it would make it a lot easier for us as members to be able to kind of track.
Absolutely, lady, and I will tell you, it is going to speed up the process tremendously. I know we talked about earlier in the session, you have an area down there in your district or right outside of your district.
In my district.
These programs are exactly what these programs set up for, to go to the unserved areas first.
Gentlemen, I am in total support of it, and I sure hope DFA, I'm glad that this is going to be upon passage, right? Didn't you say this was upon passage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so that they can get started on this.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, once they get their agency and get the framework set up for as their structure, they can go to work immediately and not have to wait till July the 1st. Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
All right, don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1029. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109, 10 yeas, 6 nays. Report is adopted. Brings us to item 16, agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 16, conference report on House Bill number 1065, sir. Call it up.
Yes, sir.
This is a nuisance animal bill dealing only with wild hogs. It's very short. What's changed is wild hogs may not be caught or trapped and released into the wild at a location different from the location where the wild hog was caught or trapped, or otherwise transported live in the state of Mississippi. This has nothing to do with domestic swine. The violation of this statute is Class 1 violation. This bill is supported by the Department of Ag and the Board of Animal Health due to diseases that can be transmitted between the wild hogs and domestic animals. MSU says that last year there was $60 million worth of damage done on agricultural and forest lands. Explanation of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Look how he looking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
I see this as nuisance animals, and you only mentioned hogs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does this address honeybees?
Honeybees, it's not it may be a nuisance for some people, but not for others.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman at one, but Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this have anything to do with people taking them home and feeding them out?
No, sir. As long as it is stayed with where it's caught on your property, for wherever you caught it, you can keep it pinned, feed it out, do what you want to with it. But it's just don't put it on public roads and transport it to other areas of the state.
In other words, you can't get a permit anymore?
No permit.
That's going to hurt a lot of these hog hunters that use this for their food for their family, right?
Well, not if they're catching them for the food and the family, but I know for a fact there's a lot of sportsmen who catch hogs and move them to other areas where they can trap again, hunt again with dogs. So the hog population is growing by leaps and bounds in Mississippi, and the Department of Wildlife would like to slow this down. And they think by stopping the transportation is one of the major ways to accomplish this.
Have they got any record of how many tickets they've written in a single year?
There was 1,175 hogs transported last year with 130 permits.
With 130 permits. But was there any tickets? Did they find anybody transporting them without a permit?
Yes, but I don't have specific numbers on that. But there has been instances, yes.
Okay.
Jim from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, sir. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I believe the gentleman from Itawamba may have answered my question
The current law states that to transport a feral hog, you've got to get a permit from the Department of Wildlife, correct?
Correct.
And this is undoing that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So would it be a fair assessment to say that a lot of the people that trap these feral hogs to take them home to feed them out are going to quit trapping them because they can't transport them?
There are people who traps and feeds out, but as long as it's done where the hog is trapped, that is permissible. It's just keeping it from being released into the wild in a different area of the state, which happens all the time.
And can you please restate the fine?
Class 1 violation.
You're going to have to jog my memory. Is that $500?
Sir?
Is that $500?
No, sir, it's $2,000.
$2,000. Thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I remember us doing this, or trying to do this before, and there was some discussion about when you had a hog in your truck. I don't know anything about this, I'm asking. You couldn't tell the difference between a wild hog and a regular hog. So somebody who was just transporting a hog may be fined because it's not a feral or...
Yes, if you know anything about hogs,
I don't.
it's very easy to distinguish between a domestic swine and a wild hog. The hair coat, the shape of the head, the length of the legs, even the length of the tail. There's a lot of different characteristics in feral hogs.
Thank you.
Jim from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Just clarity from the gentleman from Wayne's question earlier. So currently, if you want to transport a wild hog, you can do so with a permit from the state. Is that correct?
If you do it legally, you would get a permit.
But this is saying you can't transport it even with a permit or without a permit. Transportation of hogs outright prohibited, correct?
That's correct. Often the place of your place or where it's trapped or caught.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Move final passage, sir.
Jim from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, now, you know, we talk about these feral hogs. Isn't it true that particularly a small farmer, they can come in and wipe them out in about 2 days? Isn't that right? And that every money that they've spent on that crop is gone when they get through with it, because they're just like you eating an ear of corn. Isn't that right?
That's correct. I have witnessed in one example where hogs came into a cornfield that was planted one day, 22 acres. The next morning went back to finish that field. There was not a single kernel of corn in the ground.
And gentlemen, these people have paid taxes on this land and paid payments and try to keep it in their families, have they not?
They have, and a crop of corn would cost you about $500 an acre to plant.
Jim from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
I don't know.
Would you repeat that dollar amount that's affected to the landowners of this state?
Mississippi State University says that there is $60 million of damage done last year with forestry and agricultural property.
Do we need to get rid of these hogs?
Very badly.
Jim from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Who all had input into this bill? Farm Bureau, I'm sure. Who else?
No, sir. Not Farm. This is not Farm Bureau bill. This is mainly this started this summer under the Department of Ag with the Board of Animal Health expressing need to do something to curb the spread of wild hogs due to disease. Wild hogs spread brucellosis, Asian swine flu, and a form of other diseases.
Thank you for that. Was any consideration given when y'all were putting this bill together that these guys who catch these hogs in the wild and move them back home and feed them out, they're most likely going to stop doing that now between March and December, because you can't kill a hog in the wild then and get him out in time before the meat's no good to eat. And was any consideration given to how many of these pigs might raise between that period?
There is, but it is, the Department of Wildlife and Fishery feels like the best way to curb this is stop transportation of hogs.
Thank you, sir.
From DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Were you aware, and maybe not, there's a YouTube star, I think his name's David Johnson, call him the Yacht, up in West Point area. He traps hogs and feeds homeless and impoverished people. And a lot of what they do is they carry these hogs straight to the butcher to process. Now, under this bill, my question is, he wouldn't be able to do that anymore, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
Would you believe me if I told you that the gentleman's name and from West Point is actually David Ellis? And would you believe me further if I say that he kills every pig before he removes them from the trap, then he takes them to the processor?
I would believe that.
Would you agree with me that the proliferation of the wild hog across this state is primarily by people transporting hogs to places where they have better access to hunt them?
You're 100% correct, sir.
Would you believe me if I told you that I trapped 51 off my place last year?
Yes, sir.
That they had decimated the turkey population completely, and this year, as I took a few of my colleagues a week or so ago, and we heard 7 gobblers come back that quickly when I got rid of those hogs. Makes it, gentlemen, you got a great bill. Hope everyone will support it.
Thank you.
Jim from Marshall, Mr. Kincaid.
Thank you, sir. Would you yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to thank you personally for bringing this bill to us today. I think you probably know, gentlemen, I put a little work into this myself.
You did.
I want to commend you on this. Your research is dead on. I want to ask you this one question. If you have one hog on your property, how big is your problem?
You've got a major problem.
You'll never get rid of it. One hog will destroy your property.
You cannot trap enough hog to eliminate the hog.
And it'll destroy your neighbor's property.
That's correct.
And that one act of consideration that we want to transport that hog gets loose, and what has it done?
Well, you've caused a lot of people.
You can't stop it.
That's correct.
You've got a great bill. Let's all support this.
Thank you.
Jim from the Shover, Mr. Bound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Jim and you.
Yes, sir.
So, gentlemen, I want to go back. So I think you said that the Department of Ag was in support of this, but
correct.
More importantly, the Board of Animal Health, who has a real concern with our domestic swine industry here and the transfer of swine flu by feral hogs to our swine industry here in the state.
That is correct. Also, brucellosis is transmitted too.
Okay.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
When you hear that gavel, gentlemen, that means to suspend business. Getting awfully loud in here, ladies and gentlemen. You need to hold it down. There's a lot of pork in this bill. Y'all need to be paying attention. Okay. Gentleman from Mitawamba, again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield?
Yes, sir.
What is the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries doing on wildlife management areas to do with the hogs?
I'm not sure that I know what all they are doing.
Well, do they allow hunting on the WMAs like they do everywhere else?
They do.
No, they don't.
They're supposed to.
They don't.
Well,
Because you can shoot a wild hog or a nuisance animal anytime you want to. Doesn't matter what season it is, you can shoot it. But they keep people off the WMAs, and I have farmers up my way. Until we get something done with those WMAs, we can't get all the hogs out because they come out of those WMAs and feed on those fields, just like you said.
They do.
Just like you said, wipe out a 60-acre block at night.
But let me talk to the wildlife about that and see if we can't get that changed.
Well, that needs to be changed. We've been trying to get them to do it for years.
It does. Right.
If we can get that, that might take the place of some of this stuff that we're seeing right now.
Thank you.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, can you tell me what wild hog bacon tastes like?
Wild hog bacon.
Yeah, what it tastes like?
I have never eaten wild hog bacon. Have you?
No, I didn't. I just figured I'd give you something nice to deal with.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1065. You favor the report, vote aye. Your opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 18 nays, report's adopted. Brings us to item 17, public property.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to that item. It's the conference report on House Bill 1343. This is the conference report that authorizes DFA to transfer and convey to the Marion County Economic Development District the property located at the Columbia Training School in Marion County. The report provides that the Department of Human Services will have 6 months to harvest the timber after the land is transferred, and after that, any right to the harvesting timber will be forfeited. The state of Mississippi will retain the mineral rights. If there's no questions, I move passage of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1343. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Brings us to item 19, tourism. Passes. Item 21, apportionment and election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 19. 21, that's House Bill 1510. And the conference report on elections the title is Revised Procedures Regarding Voter Roll Maintenance, but I want to let y'all know that in the final conference report, there is none of the sections that dealt with that voter roll maintenance piece in it. The conference report contains two things. One is it changes the amount of money that your counties are receiving for election support. There's certain funds that are paid. They've been getting 50%. They're going to go to 70%. It increases the amount of money that's going to be paid to the Secretary of State's office for election support. But what the bill really does, it provides a piece for their Senate, basically the citizenship language. As y'all are aware that we have multiple counties that are in litigation over their citizenship language, and that's a consultation with the Attorney General who is representing the state. And I understand the plaintiffs who have filed litigation and attorneys both the House and the Senate. Then we have language that we believe is acceptable to all parties. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1510. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 5 nays, report is adopted. Brings us down to item 23, marine resources.
Mr. Speaker, can I do my others?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You
Yes.
got another one.
Item 26 is the next one.
Yes, sir, you're right.
That's Senate Bill 2246. 2246. That's a campaign finance report bill. Right now, we have dual responsibilities, both the Secretary of State's office and the Ethics Commission for our campaign finance reports. And this is simply it was the same language that we had in our House bill that consolidated all that into the Secretary of State's office, so they're the only ones jurisdiction on that, and remove the reverse repealer and no other changes.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the Senate Bill Conference Report, Senate Bill 2306. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item is number 34.
That's Senate Bill 2358, and the report on that. And that is the campaign excuse me, Mr. Speaker, that is the candidate filing fees bill. There was been some discussion about that. It would remove the authority for setting those fees for certain offices from the legislature to the parties, since they're the ones that receive our filing fees. And so this compromise language is in the report. It would eliminate the House and Senate from this bill. Our fees would stay the same, and that authority to raise those fees would remain here in the legislature, would not change to the parties. It would affect the statewide offices and the federal offices only. And another major change was the initial bill it allowed those fees to be an average of the surrounding states, and we didn't want to do that. So what we did was there's a minimum, and the minimum is the current amount. So the fees will not be reduced, and there's a maximum amount that they may raise the fees up to. They don't have to raise the fees, but they may raise them up, and those amounts would be $2,500 for statewide offices other than the governor, $5,000 for the governor, and on the federal side, it would be $2,500 for congressional, $5,000 for senatorial, and $25,000 for presidential. And so it would allow substantial increases, but much less than had been asked for, but it sets a cap on how much those fees can be raised to. And like I say, it's statewide and federal. It does not affect us or any of the county offices. When I say statewide, that is our transportation, that's our district-wide, that's the Transportation and Public Service Commission also. They're included in with that. That's the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2358. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 84 yeas and 30 nays, report is adopted. We'll go back to page 5, item 23, Marine Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, while we're here, do item 23, item 40, and item 41. That's all the Marine Resources bills. And I'd like to recognize the junior gentleman from Harrison to present the conference reports.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2076 deals with derelict vessels, and it passed the House by 112-4 margin. We're simply removing the reverse repealer and move to adopt the conference report. That concludes an explanation of the report.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2076. You favor the report, vote aye. Opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 4 nays, report is adopted. Next item is number 40.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2476 deals with aquaculture licensing, and it passed the House by 118-2 margin. Again, we're simply removing the reverse repealer. Nothing's changed. We move to adopt the conference report.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs in the conference report, Senate Bill 2476. You favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas and 2 nays, report is adopted. Next item, number 41.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 2511 deals with the licensure of boat captains, which we passed by a margin of 116 to 2. Again, we're simply removing the reverse repealer and moving to adopt the conference report.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2511. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 20 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Brings us to item 35, workforce. Sir? Pass. Brings us to item 37, education. Pass. Brings us to item 39, Judiciary A. She passed on that earlier. You wish to pass again?
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Harrison to present the conference report?
Gentleman from Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2461 is a Landlord-Tenant Act. Now, we passed this 113 to 7 earlier. We had a few changes in conference. We had the definition of good faith clarified. We deleted unnecessary language which already existed pursuant to the Mississippi Rules Procedure. And at the request of the Mississippi Judicial College, we removed the reference to municipal judges, as those courts do not handle eviction notices. And that is an explanation of the changes, and we move for adoption of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2461. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Brings us to item 43, Judiciary B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 43, I would ask that Senate Bill number 2545, you recognize the gentleman from Harrison to handle it.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2545 deals with catalytic converter theft and scrap metals. Now, we passed this bill 118 to 4. We did make some changes in conference. One of the changes was prohibiting cash transactions for catalytic converters. These transactions must be made by check or money order. We also had language added per gentleman from Washington recommended a good amendment for banning the sale of telecommunications wire that's clearly identified as belonging to telecommunications companies. And we also removed the reverse repealer. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the conference report, and we move for adoption.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Gentleman from Harrison, why don't you just stay there and do all the ones you got?
I think that's it, sir.
Is that it? You see a pattern here? We had to go back and catch all the ones that you missed. Entire chamber been waiting on you to get here and get it done. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 5 nays, report's adopted. Thank you, gentleman from Harrison. Good work. Brings us to number 45, Judiciary A. Passes. Brings us to 47, workforce. Chairman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up that conference report. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the mechanism funding the Office of Workforce. There were some changes made from when we originally voted on it. The appointment section has been removed. The appointments will stay as they are current law. It does fix the employer's rate on for MDS. We fixed that. We freed the reins on the Mississippi Works. And then we are allowing the Office of Workforce Development for anything less than $5,000, they're free to spend on contracts. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, or the conference report.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2723. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Brings us to item 49, Medicaid. Oh, I'm sorry, you got another one, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold that bill on a motion.
Okay, we'll hold it on a motion. Medicaid. Don't see him. Brings us to item 52, Education. Passes. Item 53, Universities and Colleges. Okay, that passes. Brings us to the in-conference, local and private. Oh, I'm sorry, lady from Mamit.
Speaker, on item number 53, Senate Bill number 2893, I move to recommit for further conference.
Okay. Motion is to recommit item 53. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Brings us to local and private.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we go to the concurrence, non-concurrent calendar first?
Yes, sir.
The first bill we've got, House Bill 1757. We want to concur on that one. That was basically a clarification in that code. It was a pretty simple change. It just clarified what the tax was on hotel rooms and so forth, and they put some further clarification in to make sure it was only for overnight room rentals, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Question on the motion to concur. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion to concur, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 3 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
This one's almost identical. This is House Bill 1767. It's also a Harrison County bill. Deals with the Gulf Coast Regional Convention and Visitors Bureau, and there was some clarifying language there the same way. That's an explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion to concur, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Vote 109 yeas, 3 nays. Motion to concur passes. Brings us to the local and private calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, call up Senate Bill 3202. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the City of Madison. Their economic development authority there is called the Madison Redevelopment Authority. The City of Madison acquired some property been a number of years ago now, but they bought it and acquired it for the purpose of economic development. They are wanting to partner with this group who has a lot of authority that a city or county would not have to today go ahead and start developing that property. And so what this would do is allow them to partner with the Madison Redevelopment Authority for that purpose.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3202. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, call up Senate Bill 3206, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would allow the Board of Supervisors of Marshall County, in their discretion, to contribute an amount not to exceed $1,500 to the Bahia Area Arts Council. It's a qualified charitable 501c3, and it has a 4-year repealer. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3206. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas and 8 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go to item number 3, call up Senate Bill 3208, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the Board of Supervisors of Rankin County. We will probably see some more of these bills next year. We usually have a few when we're going into an election year. Boards of Supervisors have certain authority that they're given, but there are also some limitations on going into contract during an election year. Where we run into a problem sometimes is that they have to contract with grant money and this type stuff, so that if they have to enter the contracts, they lose the money. We'll have probably a few more of these next year, but this is what this would do. Rankin County would be able to enter into some road contracts that will probably run beyond that window of opportunity that they would normally be limited by, and the projects that they already have contracts on are actually listed in the bill, so it wouldn't apply to anything. It would only apply to these projects here, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3208. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, call up Senate Bill 3211, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3211 would allow the Meridian Public School District to transfer one particular piece of property to the Meridian Housing Authority. This particular building is an old piece of school property where the Weatherspoon School was at one time. It's no longer being used, and they would like the authority to transfer it over to the Housing Authority since they're not using it anymore and have no use for it.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3211. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back to the in-conference, local and private.
Okay, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference report on House Bill 1747, which is the City of Clinton's tax on restaurants. The conference report came back from the Senate. It's no longer just a Clinton bill. It started out as a simple food and beverage tax for Clinton, and the Senate would not take a clean conference report that only included Clinton, and they inserted the South Haven Penny for Parks language in this bill. So the place I found myself in was either letting the Clinton bill die or bring it to the floor and try to fix it. And I would do this regardless of whose bill it was. I'm not willing to jeopardize someone's bill, or try not to. I want to talk about the process just for a second. You know, even when I have disagreed with or maybe didn't understand why a member had a particular position, I've always tried to respect the fact that that member has whatever position he has for certain reasons and whatever. and I've tried to continue to treat them just like I would want to be treated or I'd want any of you to be treated. And the rules that we have under local and private, I think, are good rules. They protect every single member in this house because you never know when you're going to be the guy that's sitting there not wanting to get run over. And so I think they're good rules. It is what it is, but we do have the South Haven here. I don't want to lose the Clinton bill. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Gentleman from Tipper, Mr. Stevens.
Jim, will you yield?
Certainly.
All right, I've been on local and private for 3 years, and in my 3 years, I think you've been chairman like maybe 7?
7 years.
Do you ever recall ever having 2 local and privates mixed into one?
No.
All right. So we're setting a precedence here.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order.
Yes, sir.
The conference report for House Bill 1747 is not germane to the bill because the bill is a single-purpose bill. The original purpose of this bill is to do one thing, which is to authorize the City of Clinton to impose a 2% tourism tax to promote tourism, parks, and recreation. The bill contains only one item or subject, and the conference report would add another item or subject to the single and only purpose of this bill, so it's not germane.
All right, set the bill aside or the report aside, I should say, and council will deal with the point of order. Gentlemen, bring the point of order forward in written form, please. All right, we are returning now to the first page of the calendar. In-conference appropriations general bill. I don't see our chairman. I think they are working. In-conference ways and means. I don't see our chairman. I think they're working. That takes us back to the in-conference general bill calendar. The only ones I see that did not pass, item 10, education. Item 19, tourism. Item 35, workforce. 37, education. 38, education. 45, Judd A. 49, Medicaid. 52, education. All the others have been passed. Yes, sir. The gentleman from Jones has an item he needs to take up. I'm going to recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask unanimous consent to bring back up the NIL bill for some grammatical errors and corrections. In section 1 of the bill, it amends section 3797-103. We request unanimous.
What bill number you got, gentlemen?
Senate Bill 2690.
Senate Bill 2690. Okay. Go ahead, gentlemen.
In section 1 of that bill, we request unanimous consent to make the following corrections in subsection 1F on line 72 by changing the term publicly to publicly right. And then in section 3, we request unanimous consent to make the following corrections on subsection 13 on line 263. And it simply removes striking the comma following the 3 asterisks. Those are the 2 grammatical errors we'd like to change with unanimous consent.
Any objection to these changes? Hearing none, we will make those changes, gentlemen. Right, Madam Clerk informs me that the point of order is well taken. So that removes the added language. Gentleman Jackson. Point of order is well taken, gentlemen. which removes the added language. Madam Clerk also informs me that that automatically recommits the bill. So, there we go. All right, we're going to recess subject to call. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a resolution we need to take up before the end of the day to give ourselves a few more days on paper to do the appropriations. I need to check on where that is. So we're going to recess subject to call, gentlemen from Octavia Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House be in recess, subject to call.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House is in recess, subject to call. Please let the House come back to order. Chairman of Ways and Means has a few items he needs to deal with. So we're going to go on page 1, in conference Ways and Means. I'm going to recognize the chairman.
Right.
You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We go to the Ways and Means calendar. Item 1, House Bill 470, and move that we adopt the conference report.
Okay, you recognize the presenter.
This is just extending the repealer on the exemption of certain sales tax to the Camp Kamasa, Copiah County. I will say this, there were other requests to do that. I've talked with many of you to exempt certain items from sales tax, and this was the vehicle for them, but the Senate refused to add those. They were a House position.
Questions on the report?
There's one.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 28, that's not right. House Bill 470. All right. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 470. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. Of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks, what purpose you seek recognition? Passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, that's the Senate Finance Chair. I needed to take that. The next bill is item 2, House Bill 474. Move that we adopt the conference report.
Okay, you recognize.
This conference report is just extending the repealer on the Mississippi Healthcare Industries Zone Act. That's an explanation.
Any questions? I'm sorry. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 474. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118, 19, 21 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Report passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I just realized the whole time up here I felt weird. I just realized you removed the cage.
Yes, sir.
I feel free.
Move the glass.
It's been 2 years since I've been able to put my hands right there. All right, House Bill 606, item 3. Move that we adopt the conference report.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. I'm not going to give you some big speech. Y'all are very familiar with this bill. It's a bill that's been important to this body for 2 years now. We've passed it many, many times, overwhelmingly, with overwhelming support. I'll just tell you this, this does not fund it. We haven't reached that hurdle yet, but it does establish the program. It does not put the money in it. We are still, the House position is that it should be a diversion. The Senate position is they want to appropriate, and so we're going back and forth on that. But the program itself that we're adopting in this conference report is virtually almost identical to the House position the last 2 years. You should be proud of your work. You had a very good bill. I think the last time I said it was almost perfect, and the House position won the day. So that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 606. If If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 5 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Yes, sir. We were going to skip item 4 for now, and House Bill 842 is the Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Program. We'll go to that, item 5, and recognize the gentleman from Forest to present that.
Gentleman from Forest is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Program. We try to fund it every year, authorize an additional round, so this legislation authorizes an additional round. It also creates a special fund in the Treasury designated Rural Fire Truck Matching Assistance Fund. This will help additionally help counties to get fire trucks, and those who have not received more than 8 fire trucks can benefit. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report?
Move final adoption.
I don't see any. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 842. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. Vote 115 yeas, 5 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
The next item is item 6, House Bill 918. Move that we adopt the conference report.
Gentlemen, we did that earlier today when
Okay, good.
we were out working.
Good. Item 7, House Bill 1031. Would recognize the Judd B. Chairman if he's in here. If he's not, we can skip that.
He's back there asleep.
This is the Capital City Water Sewer Project Fund. We may have to get him to walk to the front if there's any questions. He worked, along with the lady from Jackson, worked extensively on this report. The move we adopt the report.
Okay. Any question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1031. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 6 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
The next item is item 8, House Bill 1162. Move that we adopt the conference report.
Okay.
This is just extending the repealer on the tax credit for certain ports and airport facilities.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1162. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
We're going to skip item 9 for now. We'll go to item 10, House Bill 1430, and move to adopt the conference report.
You recognized?
House Bill 1430 is the bill that we passed earlier this session dealing with motor vehicle titles. There was some issues in conference about did this create a taxable event, and we made sure we cleared that up in the conference report, and this will just make it easier. Basically, for you lawyers out there, we'll create a right of survivorship on automobile titles. That's an explanation of the report.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1430. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, reports adopted.
Mr. Speaker, items 11 and 12, I was out of the chamber earlier. Were those addressed?
11 was recommitted, gentlemen. 12 has not been addressed.
12 needs to be recommitted as well. The motion is to recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
That's all for now.
All right. I know our appropriations chairman and vice chairman are working on the budget, so we will not take up the in-conference appropriation general bills at this time. Ways and Means has completed its work. We have a few remaining items on the in-conference general bills. Any chairman have an item that remains that they wish to take up? All right, I don't see any. It appears we have one more item to take care of. That is the resolution I mentioned earlier. We received a draft. They are reviewing that draft to make sure it contains everything it needs to contain. So as far as I know, that's the only remaining item of business we have to tend to today. Oh, the gentleman from Grenada has one item he needs to seek unanimous consent on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent on Senate Bill 2273 to correct a grammatical error. They failed to take out the reverse repealer, and that's the explanation of the unanimous consent.
Any objection? I don't hear any. All right, gentlemen from Octavia Hall, give me a motion to recess, subject to call. We'll be back just as soon as we get this resolution finalized.
Mr. Speaker, I move motion to recess subject to call.
All in favor say aye, opposed nay. Ayes have it. House in recess, subject to call. Please let the House come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally have the resolution, so Chairman of Rules needs to call a rules meeting right now. You want to call a rules meeting right now?
Right now. Rules meeting right now.
We'll suspend business while rules meets. Please let the House come back to order. I'm going to recognize Madam Clerk to read the report of the Committee on Rules.
Report of Committee on Rules, HCR number 89, Legislature extend 2022 regular session, suspend deadlines for certain bills, and set date of signing the adjournment. Title sufficient to be adopted.
Recognize the Chairman to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Concurrent Resolution number 89. What this basically does is it extends our session for 30 days. That does not mean we're going to be here for 30 days. Sine die will be April 7th is where we're shooting for. We've been told that all the revenue bills should be able to be done hopefully by Saturday, and we should be able to get out of here before then. This bill allows us that time that we need. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker. I'll answer any questions there are any.
Any questions on the resolution? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By voting 119 yeas, 0 nays, resolution passes. Need immediate release, gentlemen. Any objection? We'll do that. All right. Any chairman have another item we need to take up this afternoon? I don't see any. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Local and private will meet 5 minutes after adjournment in room 103.
Announcements by the members. Jump from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to unanimously change my vote on today out of 16 on the general calendar from a yay to a nay.
Is there any legitimate objection? Okay, hearing none. What was the bill number, gentlemen?
House Bill 1065, item 16 on the general calendar.
Okay, from yay to nay. Okay. Jump to the Wamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item 16, House Bill 1065 on a motion.
Okay, we can do that. Any further announcements by any member? I don't see any. Recognize Chairman of the Gentleman of Activity Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning, and that the journal shall remain open until the last committee report is received.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it. House is adjourned at 10 a.m. tomorrow.